And welcome back. We're picking up where we left off last time in Factorio in the Pyanodons mod. This is the beginning of the 7th day of streaming the game. Since the last one, I have added one additional mod, which is the inserter throughput mod, just so we can see at a sort of a glance what the throughput on the inserters is. In theory, I only have one, so I could have just memorized it, and to a certain degree, that's kind of what I've been doing until this point. But that way we can have a little bit better of an understanding of how much throughput I actually have on the inserters going forward. If you're watching on YouTube, we are going to have probably a jump cut in a moment to completing the first project. Right now, my plan at the beginning of this stream here is I'm going to make a process to make reinforced concrete. Technically, I have a little bit of one for concrete. We're going to do a little bit of reinforced concrete just so we can get the new type of furnace going, the gas furnace. I think on Reddit I wrote this as liquid furnace. It might have confused someone who was responding to it. But we're going to do the gas furnace. It's about 4 times faster than the stone furnace and the advanced furnaces. And I'm going to combine that with the Kerogen to shale oil process to save on some fuel here. So I can actually go and do very, very quickly the math here and show what sort of difference that's going to make. Let's put this over to shale oil. Here's the shale oil. And then obviously we can then make the shale oil by that recipe, which of course uses steam. It doesn't really matter where we're getting the steam from, just that we're getting the steam. So, for 13 and a half Kerogen, we can make about a half a belt of coal. I've got 2 belts of Kerogen I actually need to go through, so we should be able to make enough to make a whole belt of iron plate, which is kind of the goal there. That's the plan. So if you're watching on YouTube, we'll have a jump cut. I'll be back when I have the refined concrete ready to start making gas furnaces. And as you can see here, I'm probably only going to need like 22, 24 gas furnaces. Okay, so at that point, if Editor B has successfully done the outro for, or the jump for the sort of the YouTube highlights, it's just you and me, people watching either the unedited version. I saw there's going to be the unedited version on YouTube, but probably just people watching on Reddit, or not on Reddit, on Twitch, and everyone else is going to either not have this part, or it's going to be 5x or whatever, right? So we're going to run and do process for making refined concrete. Also going to check up a little on the base. So in theory, I've already got a little bit of concrete. We probably want more, but I got a little bit of concrete already in the base. So iron sticks, steel plate, and more water. So that should be fairly easy to actually put down near the existing concrete. The existing concrete is here, although I didn't necessarily leave any space. Well, I could take it out of that iron chest. That would work. Okay. Do I have a burner assembly in me? I do. And then that's iron, and I can melt the steel over. Okay. And of course the stone's broken, so this is not going to run for particularly long. Without anything to fix it. So that's refined concrete. Toss a little bit of coal in it to get it started. Again, this is not balanced. This is trying to get something that'll work. Oh, and I suppose I need this to... I need iron sticks, right? So I need to do... It's going to be a bit messy, but it'll work. Sometimes that's all you needed to do. Iron gear wheels, iron sticks. And then you need to be filtered to just iron. We're gonna make this work. Spaghetti way, I'm gonna make this work. Those of you who've done the thought that I've done, you recognized I'm gonna grab iron off the belt, feed it onto one side of this setup, and then we're gonna feed it into there, which is then gonna get fed into chest. And I just need to get it iron and water should be really easy. Famous last words. And then just iron it as well. Which again, we've got actually made not too far away over here. There we go. So, steel's coming over, iron's coming off the bells over there. This is my concrete place, so I just need to go grab and supply concrete, like so. And that should slowly make me some refined concrete. And I suppose for what I want, I only need like 250 refined concrete, so that's not gonna take that long. In the meantime, let's check up on the science. Science going a little bit faster. And then at which point I'll be actually trying to make the kerosene, because I need the liquid fuel, the shale oil, to make it work. Yeah, I'm running the science. Might be running back here in a moment just to grab the moss, because the science constantly needs more moss. Got moss. You're at a moss. So if you're not working, that might be why it's not working. That's not going to be the only reason it's not working. Well, actually, it's moss over there too. Moss, refined coal, okay. And stone. I don't know how I so perfectly timed everything to have multiple things run at the same time, but I did. I did. I'm gonna have to go and run and grab some refined coal, but that's easy enough to do. I need to pass some time for the concrete to be made anyway. Oh, and I didn't grab any stone. Although I can grab stone by running over here, can't I? And this setup needs more view, which needs more glass, which I actually have in the inventory. Because I am going to need more mining, obviously, at some point. Put this off in that chest. I'm just going to run grab the refined coal. That's actually a bit longer of a run. Gotta get all the way over to the old petrochem location. Almost there. Yeah, I gotta do something with the coal gas at some point. Otherwise I might run out of kerosene, or not creosote at some point. Although probably the best thing with the coal gas is actually use it for, what, it's aluminum production, I think uses coal gas. Actually get my aluminum production running consistently. And refined coal in the chest. It gives me rubber stoppers. Rubber stoppers makes good old glassware, and glassware is currently what we're missing for making more science. Oh, that was actually pretty quick. 27. I guess that really was the one thing that was stopping everything working. We've moved it to a different problem. It's now the saline water, but we're not gonna try to make that work any faster than the saline water makes it work. A better solution would be to solve the power issue. 6 science. 6 science will actually be enough to finish antimony processing. So let's go get that deployed, and we'll check up to see the progress on the gas furnace production. Well, no, this was actually not gas furnace production, and the concrete production, so I can make gas furnaces, because to make the number I want, like 260. By gas furnace production, or by concrete production, it's not actually a lot, but... And I suppose future editor me, if he wants to, I might not put this in. But if you're watching this on YouTube at this point, and you're watching it on the highlight stream, I did decide to put in. I've done a little bit of spaghetti to sort of add to our existing concrete maker the ability to make refined concrete. So we're making refined concrete now. Not particularly fast, but we're making refined concrete. We'll probably have another jump cut back when we're got the next bit of the base built. I think next time it's going to be setting up some more iron. That'll actually get a little bit complicated, so it'll be a bit of a jump here. At least a bit of a longer jump than this was. That's enough for 23. If I had enough steel... I'll get on the way back up to the other base. There's more other things I need. And there is antimony processing. I'm trying to work up towards, is it casting for the basic? Basic oxygen furnace. Mining machines. Oh boy, stuff is trending towards the more complicated, let's just say. That's done in the basic oxygen furnace, so presumably I have the basic oxygen furnace by the time I get there. Or did I already research the basic oxygen furnace? I just don't know the recipe. Oh, I've done... That's the basic oxygen furnace. Done the basic oxygen furnace, but I don't have the recipe that we use for iron. That's this one. So we're working towards iron processing. Same sort of logic there. Was that the only reason I was doing intermetallics here? For some reason the game's decided to be real quiet. Next generation burner miners mill, miner machines, automated factory for if we want to run the factory entire off electricity and do away with ash, or we don't need it. There is an argument to work towards water animals. Or not water animals. Although we need to do water animals for that. Fish. No, I will need waters. Probably want to do fish at some point so I can do various things. Yeah, let's keep this simple for the moment. Let's work towards casting into the iron processing. I'm going to be making a different sort of iron in the meantime, but that's probably where we want to go in the long run. Okay, let's get out of there in a moment. I'm getting distracted with the tech tree. There's the steel over there that I want to borrow from, so let's walk over there and grab some steel. I suppose technically I want this actually to be mathed out for a belt, so 15. So, yeah, 24 gas furnaces, 30 jar crushers. This is going to take in 5 belt of iron. 5 belt of iron, because it's still going to be 8 machines a belt, is actually 40. The last, it's 7.5, but you got to round up to 8 because you can't use it the other way. It doesn't quite math out if you do 7, so you need to do 8. And yeah, then that makes 3 belts of this. 3 belts of this becomes 1 belt of that. Then I want 24 view. And I will need, assuming it's circuit boards that I'm short on, I will need more. I just worked out I need 40 mining drills. I have less than that. Mining with determination. Completely deplete of resource patch. I'm going to assume that is ye old iron. Yeah, ye old iron is dead. It's not belong for ye old copper either. Oh, well, I don't have many circuit boards, but I have a little bit of circuit boards. That's the last circuit boards being turned into electric mining drills. It's probably not enough electric mining drills. I need crushers. That's the reason we came up here to the bus. So we can grab crushers if we got them. Because I need, what, 30 of those? 30 of those. Crusher. There's the crushers. Probably didn't have the chest set that high. Oh, we've got 6. It's just more than nothing. It's not a lot, but it's more than nothing. And what's the likelihood I have? So that's the tar machine. I'm looking for the retorter. I've got a couple retorters. I'm going to need 6 of those, which is surprisingly not very many. All things considered. Surprisingly not very many. Oh, I need to go get the stuff I need from tanks. Storage tanks. Because I'm probably, when I start making shale oil, I'm going to want to, you know, store some. So the tanks, nope, that was not the button I wanted to push. Tanks are, I have an example of a tank here I'm looking for. Thinking I want to do this tank, multiple of those. So it's the 80-liter one. Oh, that's just a bunch of lead. Okay, I can go grab a bunch of lead. That's not too bad. And the iron, ye old iron is officially dead. Which actually means ye old steel here is not going to be long for the world. Unless I find a different source of iron ore for it. Short term, a different source of iron ore is actually not going to be too difficult. I can hand feed it from the sorting system over here. Interesting, I'm not getting a... Well, before I suppose it's only supposed to be a half belt of ash. The rest of the old base isn't running. I guess the old base isn't making as much ash as it used to. There we go. So that'll temporarily get the steel going again. Only a temporary solution. To be fair, we've already done the replacement. The replacement has been built. It's running on the running for the bus. Just that's the one running. That's the new refined concrete setup. So I might want that one to still be running too. That is not the lead, that's the titanium, so we're going to keep running down the road here. This is the old brick road, so it isn't the fastest roads to run on, but other than nothing. And here's lead maker. Oh, I should, oh, there's no way for their ash out, so that's fine. Hey, presumably more lead than I need. I want, what? I want one tank for shale gas, or shale oil if I'm using it as shale oil. I want one for filtering it off for basically if I want it for fuel use. So actually I really only need like 2 tanks. So yeah, a lot more than I need. This is not one of the complicated multi-layered hydros where I'm like, oh, I want one layer for this process for prioritization, one layer for this process for this prioritization, one layer for burning it. Because it's two steps. It's either am I converting the shale oil to something else, There's one recipe that uses shale oil, that's my understanding. The recipe book, look at it. So, shale oil is made by 2 recipes, and okay, it's used in a little bit more than one. We've got a couple different options. What to turn it into. Yeah, it can be turned directly into fuel oil. Long term, that might be what we do. But yeah, at some point I might make this a little more complicated, where we have got more than 2 layers to it. But I think 2 layers is going to be fine. So 2 layers. I need more circuit boards. I want to run. Basically, want to run 2 overflow valve layers. So we're gonna have a fuel layer and or we're gonna have a shale oil layer and a fuel layer. Fuel layer is for, well, I've got more than I need for whatever I'm doing that requires specifically shale. The rest is to be burnt or disposed of. And if it's being burnt, I would rather it be burnt than disposed of. So we need 2 of those valves, and I've run out of inventory space. I can partially fix this by depositing some of the lead in this chest over here where we need more lead. Where the lead goes. The old spaghetti. I still have enough lead in the inventory for as much as I could want lead for. I may have grabbed more lead than I need. Okay, you're already in there, so I can get you off the taskbar. You're already in there, so I can get you off the taskbar. I think this is actually those 2 combined, so I can really take it off the taskbar. Keep those. Keep you. Probably keep you. Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore, so even if that wasn't there, that'd be fine to get rid of. Okay. Clearing up some of the taskbar so I can use my taskbar a little more efficiently going forward. Yeah, so I think the plan I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do 2 belts of kerosene into shale oil. I'm gonna do this one, or I'm gonna do the other one. So this one's actually 2 belts, so I should. This is exactly 2 belts. Yeah. Then I just need to figure out how I'm gonna get it off. Okay. Space over here. Interesting. I'll have to check to make sure there's not something wrong with the ash line. Because that's going into the old ash sorter, and the old ash sorter is only taking half a belt at the moment. Something's wrong between here and there. Got a full belt going and only half arriving. There's the retort. So these things are big. I don't need very many. To do my 2 belts, I apparently need 6. Let's actually put it in the taskbar for the moment. Cleared a few more trees, because I think I didn't realize quite how big the retorters are. Oh, I'm in the way. Of all the things to be in the way. Me. Personally, me. And then... Darn. Of course it runs straight into the... into the, plumbing. Okay. 'Cause I was going to say, I don't think I need to do that. But I think I need to do that. Okay. So, 2 belts. 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 Okay, so we're thinking something like this. I need to take steam in. I maybe should have done this a little more. Yeah, let's move up the blueprint ones. One more step. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Oh, I suppose on that one at least, the steam's on the end. Okay. So we can just do a connection like so. And then for the other ones down here, the oil is one of the oils on the end. Okay. Okay, so I'm short the retorters. Ah, forgetting about the far side. Oops. Yeah, I'm forgetting about the far side. It will go all the way at the end. Okay, so that's this top one, the middle ones. The bottom ones just need the oil connection. Turn the corner, connect to you. Okay, so that's the plumbing connected. Connecting them. I still need to bring steam in, I need to take the shale out, but that's a start. How quickly do I need to push the carriage in? 5 a second. So that's a lot, but that's not, like, a lot. Right now, my inserters are 0.77. I can do a little bit of math here on the phone calculator real quick. So 5 divided by 0.77, 6.5, so we'll say 7 for completeness sake. So that's an example of 7. That's an example of 7. What I can do, because I'm taking in two belts. That on for each side, right? That'll work. Like so. Okay, ignore the fact that I technically don't need to go off the top because that caps out. This clicking with ghosts can make your votes go away. I want to copy view. That orientation. There we go. Okay, for the moment, I'm going to set this up with 2 splitters just to work through the boxed stuff in priority. So basically, we're going to have a pass-through line coming where we're trying to be pulling it. So input priority, right and left. Actually, I want the opposite, outside. Might have undergrounds. Should fix that. Also, because I'm changing this up, I don't need these inserters pulling from the belt anymore because we're trying to empty these. The goal will be to empty these chests. Oops, wrong way around. I need to empty the chests. Go. There we go. So now I need to get these powered and plumbed and steamed. So that'll work on power for the left side. Pretty much be just the same stratagem for the right side. Pipe there to connect those 2 bits. Okay, so your steam, your shale oil. Should be far enough away to give me some space. And again, I worked out I want 2 tanks. Where are my tanks in here? There's the tank picture. And we're not playing on hard mode, so I do have the ability to dump the excess if we really get full, which I'm going to set up for this setup. If I can find it. I know I have it in here. Not on hard mode. Where it be? Probably not highlighting because I'm probably missing an ingredient for the thing called... Oh no, I'm just misreading it. I'm also not highlighting it because it's missing ingredient. Although the missing ingredient is brick. Here's the brick line. Really easy to fix. One single, please. So let me do overflow to there, to there, and then overflow to there, to there, into the sinkhole. There we go. So then I need to source out steam, which in theory I have a line I can go find pretty easily. The hard thing about the steam is actually going to be having enough steam. Not hooking the steam up. There's a forest in the way. Okay, should work. And that is my steam line, so get to that. Should be fine, although I'm going to run out of underground. Up to ground right there. Clear an extra tree so I can see where I need to connect from. Let's go get more pipe. Perhaps a little farther along. Oh, I suppose what I'm here, I can check to see if there's any more retorters. There's the pipe to ground. I got 100 pipes, so we'll just take the 200 pipe to ground. Okay. Crushers, we'll grab more crushers. Crushers are struggling with lack of parts, so we're not going to be expanding that particularly quickly. And then there's the retorters, and do we have retorters? And the answer is no, because we're short on parts. Two more retorters. Yeah, go get that hooked up to the steam line. Add a few more retorters in, and then I'll move on to the next project while I'm waiting for the bus and stuff to catch up. Because we're only like 2 retorters off, but... Actually, the retorters will be done pretty quickly, I suppose, because I shoved mechanical surges in them. Which is what they were short. The junction? I missed the junction. No, I haven't missed the junction. There's just another forest farther down. Okay. There it is. So yeah, don't have enough steam. A couple different solutions to that. One is just make more steam. That's probably the better one in the long term. Short term doesn't necessarily solve anything. Long term, it will. a bunch of refined concrete. Yeah, the refined concrete was definitely a good choice. Okay, 9 science packs. A couple of electric circuit boards. Another 9 of those. Oh, where's the backup? You're the backup, because you're out of the purple stuff. Go grab some purple stuff. I'm thinking about it. Let's drop some aluminum off. I'll get a little bit of a load on the coal gas system. Which isn't necessarily going to help with the power any, but, you know, it will let us have more CO2. We're here to grab some copper. We're going to fill up in copper and get more duraluminum as a side effect. Copper. That's probably enough for the moment. Yeah, look at this as we run past it. Go. I'll put a little bit of load on the copper system. Again, probably not helping with power production, because that's actually going to make the power production probably worse. Although, actually, that's probably still running off the old system, right? The old system's on direct coal feed. That explains why the spine hasn't run out. It's full of ash. And we'll grab some of you. There's some. That's a lot more than some, but it's what we need to get the electronic circuits, the simple circuits going again. Oh, I'm seeing what's going on. I can have that be a full belt, so you don't have to be a half belt anymore. These are fixed with a splitter. Here we go. There we go. So it pulls a little bit more evenly from both sides. Some of the old systems made sense back in the ye old days when I didn't have splitters. And the side effect, they're a little bit old. Little old. Do I want all of that there? No, that's probably a little overkill. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And the other ones. Okay, let's go install those retorters. And we'll start on the next iron setup. And then we'll work a little bit on... Well, once I've got it designed, then we'll work a little bit on power. I think to get it running, really get it running, I'm going to need more power. Well, I say more power. We need more steam. Which is kind of power, because the main thing the steam gets turned into right now is power, but... That's the next iron mine I'm using. Let's go carve it out of the forest. I suppose it's not that in the forest, it's just the other side of the forest, so... I have to get rid of that much of the forest. Just obviously, I'm not going to put it on the base side of the mine, because the base side of the mine is the forest. And I don't want to spend that much time manually chopping trees down. Okay, so to set up my mine is going to require 40 miners. I don't have 40 miners on me, but how realistic is it going to be to fit 45 or 40 miners on here? One, two, three, four, or 3 belt times 2. I'm gonna get like 6 belts off of here, maybe. Maybe. I only need to get 5 off, I suppose. Yeah, I only need to get 5 off. Okay, so I'll be able to fit it. It's gonna be real tight. Yeah, I'm not gonna quite have a full belt coming off of this because I just don't have enough iron. The patch is just a little too small, realistically. Because of what it's eight to fill a belt up. So I think what we worked out earlier. Yeah, 8 to fill a belt up. So that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, and a bit. I need 5 to fully make the thing work, so we're not going to quite meet the quota I was trying to do. Although it's close enough that I'm still going to keep using the spot. The spot's going to get used. For exactly what I'm planning on using it for, we're going to accept that we're not going to quite get a whole belt out of it. Or at least I'm going to accept. I don't know if you're going to accept. I ran out of cables and I have no copper on me. Oh, I have to go back to base. I really have to go back to base. I need more belts. I need more underground. Need more copper. Got plenty of wood, but yeah, not enough copper. Carrying science that should really in the lab, I just realized. Do you go to that base or do you go to the other base? Do you do both? I do both. There's a rock in the road. The rock has finally drawn my iron. It's been removed. This is probably one of the roads that actually is warranted. So I think we're fine. Should hold in some refined concrete. What are we short on? I'm actually short on the concrete. Okay, well, to take the concrete I just recovered from the road to become, you know, more refined concrete. Then I gotta run over to the other one. The multiple different types of road. Refined road, this is concrete, and then that's brick. Oh, I remember what I was working towards in the tech tree. We can drop these off for the moment. I was working towards one of the boilers. An electric boiler. It's a fluid burner? Fluid burner? No, it was just after the end of the tree here. We were working specifically towards something. Oil refining? There we are. Oil burner. That's what we're working towards. And we have enough space to actually get on the tree. There we go. Oil burner makes a lot of sense to be working towards. Because then I can use my flammable fuels. More importantly, when I have flammable fuels that I don't want, I can generate steam, which is useful. Okay, so I want 2 more retorters while we're down here. Want all the crushers I can get my hands on. Got the furnaces, got the... well, I don't have the crushers, I got all the crushers I can get. Got enough retorters. I'm not going to worry about the steam because I'm making that a different way. And I need... belt underground... Belt and underground. And the power poles are just handmade. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. We run back to the sort of prepubescent iron mine here. Oh, I should at some point make more. Actually, might as well, because I know I don't have enough. Because I placed all the ones I have, and it's still not enough. Finish running the power. Oh, I suppose I need a 5-lane... should do a 5-lane balancer just to make the thing a little bit more effective. So we've got 5 lanes. Technically, we don't have 5 lanes right now because there's a little bit of a shortage on the output, you see.
Because there's no miners on a couple of them. We got what will be 5 lanes. I need to balance that. So 5-lane balancer. Not going to reinvent the wheel. Engage the good old Google 5-lane balancer. Oh, and I'm going to need more splitters as well. Here we go. So in theory, that's the 5. Well, that's all the splitters in the 5-lane bouncer. I got the undergrounds and the all the belts in. Oh, no, I'm missing one. Missing that one. Technically, the 5-lane balancer has another underground, and if you're not willing to minimize or if you don't necessarily need to minimize the footprint, you can leave out. So I've left it out in this one because I don't need that footprint minimization. And there we go, except for the splitters. Of course, the thing I'm missing to make the splitters is iron and copper. Oh, no, I have... Oh, I apparently happen to have some iron. And I've got the copper bits already in the inventory. Okay, so I can make splitters, which we'll do that. So we can get this done. Make sure it works properly. Go. Now comes 5 belts. So now my 5 belts needs to go through 6 crushers. Well, each of the 5 belts need to go through 6 crushers. How much do I need to shove into each crusher? 15 divided by 6 is 2.5 per second per crusher. And the crushers are going to output 2 different outputs. And the crushers are fairly large. Okay. And we're not doing any of those recipes. We're doing this one. Processed iron ore. I'm going to take in 5 things of iron ore, output 1 thing of stone, and 3 things of processed iron ore. And then 5 divided by 7.77 is what? 7. Well, 6.5, but 7. Which is a full site. So let's say we're gonna load from the bottom. Like so. Should probably unload the top then if I'm gonna do processed iron ore. Technically I'm getting, what, I'm getting 3 belts of... Well, actually, no, I'm getting 3 belts of processed iron ore. So let's actually do the stone at the top. So it's going to be a lot smaller. It's a lot fewer inserters, so just need fewer. 5 in, 1 out in that scenario. That's still 2 out. Oh no, it's actually only 1 out, right? Because I've got, oh. I'm screwing up the math because it's 5 every 2 seconds. 5 divided by 2. Oh, times by 2, calculator, divide by 2. Divided by 0.77. So I actually only need 4. 4! And then I only need 1 out. The upgraded one will technically, I suppose, need the double. But yeah, one out. And then it's 1 less output. Oh, so it's 1.5 out. Yeah, I do need to round up to 3 inserters, I think, for the output. I'm out of inserters. I'm gonna have to blueprint bits of this anyway, so that's fine. We'll be back. I'll be back here to properly finish the assemblage. Forgot to grab inserters, apparently. Oh, before I do the copy paste, I should do the... No, I'll do the copy paste. It'll make a little more sense when I've got the first one. So we don't need that little bit there. That one or this one. I can copy and paste this again. Technically, I need 5 rows of this. But if I copy the middle row will be exactly what I need to copy and paste. For row 3, 4, and 5. There we go. That's roughly the design. Okay. And we got 5 belts of ore. No, actually, I don't have 5 belts of ore, but we'll have 5 belts of ore. I'll get refined. Make 3 belts out. Wait. Good thing it's not running. I've just realized a flaw in my plan. It said 3 belts out. Forgot to do every other one. Forgot to do the every one. There we go. And I forgot to do the filters on the inserters. I'll have to do that in a moment. Okay. And then to do this right, I need this inserter to be filtered to the processed ore. I suppose I need you to not be the processed ore. Anyway, the right things go the right way. And then do a quick copy and paste to set the inserters, inserter filters. There we go. So, yeah. 5 belts of ore come in, 3 belts of process go out, and then we got 5 belts I gotta merge up into 1 for the stone. that would have worked, but that's not where I, in the plan, decided it to be. Go. Okay, so put some of the crushers in, because we got some of the crushers. Then I need to go get more crushers, more inserters. Finish the design. Oh, and there is one thing I am missing, which you might glance and realize from the flashing no electricity indicators. There is currently no power in the design. It won't work with no power. I suppose we'll have a little bit of a jump cut here for YouTube. Just got an achievement for processed iron ore. The system isn't done. We'll be back to review the system when it's done. Oops. One of those placements was a little unfortunate. That probably means it's unfortunate one of the other rows as well. Oh, I had that one in, so it didn't overwrite. That works out then. And there's 5 rows of them, so the last one, I suppose I just don't have the problem on. Well, might have the problem if I'm not careful, but I'm gonna be carefuler. That should be powered. And then each of these belts is going to go and go past 8 gas furnaces. Let's start with the 2 of them so I can think about a little bit of belt routing. So how quick are these going to be? 8, so 15 divided by 8. Okay, 15 divided by 8 actually isn't that bad. Right, because 15 divided by 8 is just under 2. So I need like 3 inserters. I'm going a little overkill with my round and about here. Yeah, I'm going a little overkill with the round and about. 2, 4. And of course, I happen to have the cliff in the way. 6. Close enough. Close enough to be uncomfortably close to the cliff, yes. Yeah, I'm still going to want to shift over 1 to the right. And the reason is because I want to be able to take out from the right side. Yes. Actually, that will just work. We're looking at that. Okay, so that will just work. Just barely work. I still might move it 1 to the right. Think about it. Okay, we're gonna need more inserters. What happened to my... Oh, because I cut the power to do the thing, and apparently screwed up when fixing it. So there's no power in the entire area down here, is there? Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, there's still no power down here. Yeah, it fixes it. Okay. Okay, this makes a whole belt, in theory, so I don't need to be too picky about how I merge it, just as long as it gets merged. Oh, actually, because right now we're unloading all on the same side, so I need to be a little bit picky, because I need them to be on... I want a full belt, so I need half on one side, half on the other side. Yes. Okay, so that's a 2/3 quarter filled belt. There we go. So that should, once all the, you know, inserters are in and the assembler and the crushers be in, that should actually make just short, because I don't quite have enough hypothetical miners, just short of a whole belt of iron. When I've got the retorters, I can get the retorters installed. So yeah, this base just needs steam. Steam! Oh, and I'll need to bring the petrol, or the shale oil over. Okay, back at the base. I need inserters. Probably less inserters than that. Let me be fair. 350 is a good start. I don't actually need that many undergrounds. I need a lot more belt, regular belt. I need pipe to ground. I need crushers. Two more crushers. It's a start. It's not going to be enough, but it's a start. I should probably go check for more circuit boards. Where was I using the wood? Tree farm? No. After the tree farm. One of these ones in here was using the logs. Because I've got too many logs, I'm going to deposit some logs in the log chest. Oh, there it is. Inventory's full. We're going to turn that into electric mining drills. I should go check the old base to see if I can pick up some more simple circuit boards. I want to check on the science progress. There is no progress. Because I'm out of you. Because you're out of that, which is out of that, which is out of fuel. Circuit boards. 5 mining drills to start. Forget how many I'm short. I can't see from this distance. You're out of fuel? Well, there's some more inventory space by tossing stuff in you. And we'll toss a little more of that in you. I'm gonna resist the urge to grab concrete, improve the road. I actually am. And you know what? I said I was gonna resist. I've given up on resisting. Problem with trying to run sideways while replacing an existing road. It's reasonably easy when you're on the road, and it's not obstacles. Actually going a straight line, which this is not a straight line road. Okay, let's get the inserters in. Well, yeah, let's get the inserters installed first, and I'll do the belt, or do the miners. We'll move sort of towards the base in the process here.
Okay. Place. And the next one. Okay, that setup's assembled for when the crushers are in. I got 2 more crushers to deploy. Miners in, and I think I have enough to at least get this bit done. No. It's a good thing I brought 250. I was thinking like, oh, even 250 is overcome. 250 was apparently pretty close to right. Oh, it's, I needed to bring even more. Bit of a shame. Definitely didn't clear enough trees out of the way here. Yeah, it's too far. Have to put a bump somewhere in the line. I'm short the aluminum. Hopefully it was reasonably close to here. Yeah, that would work. Okay. Gonna go retrieve some aluminum. And more inserters, apparently. Inserters, I want like 100? 100's probably enough. I suppose that's also famous last words, because I said 250 was probably going to be enough. It wasn't. Underestimating the size of my builds. Oh, I can get the pump in. Thinking about it. Pump in the line, and doesn't do anything until I actually get enough steam in the system. So I'm gonna have to really sort steam out soon. Got this whole new setup that would run if I only had this newfangled thing. Well, say new. It's not new. It's old. I have this old thing called steam. Yeah, so the only thing we're missing over here is crushers and steam to make the fuel. Nothing here. Oh, the stone. I need stone return. Stone return. Ah, yes. And again, this makes a full belt of stone, so I do need to do some degree of belt balancing. Second belt of stone coming back. Okay, I'm gonna have to put a way out. Oh, no, I see my way out. Oh, I see where I would want the way out. I can't do underground belt weaving. It's not an option yet. And it's not an option yet. I think I need the steel more than I need the setup that is not going to work anyway. No, that be actual belt, please. Too short. There we go. Okay, more belts, more steam. Be able to check to make sure there's nothing going on with my ash sorter. Because that would explain there not being, like, any steam. Nope, the ash sorter is running. I do have it set up that it's a overflow valve, I think, from here. It's probably what's going on. I think I set it up on an overflow, not a pump. Yeah, so if there's no overflow, and there isn't, because we're using all the power, then the power comes from the northern sector up here. Say we're using all the power. Basically, we're using all the power. Basically. Almost not, but pretty much yes. So that means I need more. More steam is required. That's actually convenient for remembering which one's which, because I've got stone on the stone one, and I don't on the iron one.
Not sure if the iron is necessarily taking the most efficient way to where I need to get it to go, but following the other iron to deliver the iron to the right spot. There we go. So that's where the iron needs to go. The coal comes up here. I think it's just that one through, yeah. Oh, I need more belt. I've only got 72 pellets. It's not going to go very far. Okay, let's grab more jar crushers. Because that's all that's missing from the setup. And then I'm going to have to go diagnose how I can get more steam. One more jar crusher. Okay. We're not going to go install that one jar crusher because it's one. I'm going to go work on steam instead. Okay, so let's check up the old base. The old base was never a lot of steam to start with, so it not running makes sense. The old base has steam. That's not the problem. Although the old base will have a different problem very soon. And that is, yes, the old base has no steam problem. But we have an ash problem. Let me fix the ash problem. Yeah, the old base has 80% steam hits. The old base has got plenty of steam. Let's troubleshoot where my probably what's happening is I probably have it all set up so all the steam is being pumped to old base. Yeah, so that's a segment on the steam, and that's a segment on the steam. So we got 84% over here, and we got empty over there. So what I really should do is put a tank in. Serve as a system buffer. And have a couple pumps that'll make that work. Okay, so obviously
That's steam in, that's steam in. So this segment needs to kind of go. And in the middle, we're going to put tank. One tank or two tank? One tank. So one in, one out. One in, one out. Oh, that's just unfortunate spacing there. That works better. Okay, that's working roughly the way I want it to. It is, in fact... Fair, I've sort of got a weird situation of it's pumping in and pumping out, but that's at least letting the system synchronize. Okay, so both sides of that segment are now equal in steam. So does that make shale oil? Or do we have that in a different segment? Nope, we got shale oil. It's flowing. Yeah, this tank isn't going to actually put any in the system to be burnt until it's 80% full. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is eventually we're going to come back and there is another step in the shale oil system. I could, for example, we'll go in here and I'll just edit this one to show. So after fuel oil, oh no, it's not. That's not going to be a pain to properly show that way. Yeah, the recipe is the condensates, right? Condensates. Condensates, say like, make me 100. So that comes out of shale oil processing, which of course takes steam, or more of that lovely steam I don't have. And that takes in the shale oil. And then, energy-wise, these products are more energy valuable than this product, even including the steam. So eventually I'm going to want to crack the shale oil into these three, and then I probably want to have these three be pumped out to fuel things. That's more advanced. We're not there yet. That's why we're just putting a buffer in the middle. Because if I have more use for the shale oil than I do have... Well, if I have more use from using the shale oil, I should use that preferentially over having it be burnt. And if this reliably becomes the case of, well, we don't have enough left to be burnt because we're converting all the shale oil, I should find a different fuel for the other thing. Yeah, we have steam. I don't have enough power. Now, is that a question of I don't have enough steam engines to make power? That's a different question. .64 divided by 2, because I'm only running at 50% efficiency because of half-temp steam, times 88 of them. Okay, so I'm getting like 2/3 power out of my steam engines. So some of the steam engines are hooked up to a system that is obviously not receiving adequate steam. Even though it's obvious I do have surplus steam in the system. Well, those ones obviously aren't running, obviously. You're not running because the ash is not being processed. The ash is not being processed because there's too much ash. Oh no, the ash is not being processed because the soot's not being processed. The soot's not being processed because the outflow to the soot is full. Yes. Okay, well, temp solution. Just put another output of the sorting. That makes you run. Makes you intake. May eventually start these back up. Let's get it running in a full belt. Belt speed all set up. Poor cost of my inventory space. So now the ash is moving out of there, which means the overflow coal dust can get used up, which means more of the system can run. At least from the standpoint of soot, that portion is operational again. How long that'll stay working? Different problem. I'm out of tar, but that's fine. We're already wasting stuff like anthracene oil down there, so I'm not too worried. The anthracene oil is overflown. The pitch isn't overflowing anymore, but it was, as you can see. And naphthalene hasn't yet, but it's getting close. Yeah, I'm not a good custodian of my petrol products here. And then you are running, and you are running. These ones don't seem to be running well, although they... Oh no, they were tied to the system I just fixed. We're tied to the system I just fixed, so they're all backed up. Yeah, that's fair. We're getting a little bit closer to our expected power output. We're at 250. Expected yield was 300. So, yeah. Means we've got more steam. Even though the steam down here is only set to go to power, so it doesn't go anywhere. The steam up here does go somewhere. In fact, this one doesn't go any... Well, this one I suppose actually does now go to power, but... Oh no, I have it plumbed up, so it's coming out. Okay. Chat saying, I have returned to observe the Pyanodon experience. You're the one with the insane bus mall rate. Yes, I have. Well, I wouldn't call it insane bus mall by my standards, but it's a bus mall. It's insane because it's Pteranodons, not because it's a bus mall. or because it's particularly insane. This is probably about as insane as my bus moles get in Factorio, but at endgame, and we're on side 2. So I get where you're coming from by saying it's an insane bus mole, but at the same time, it's not what I would call insane. Yet. Okay, so this setup should be ready to go as soon as the shale oil works its way in. There we go. Oh. I have a pump, right? Yeah, I have a pump. That'll work. I can fix this. It's not completely broken yet. I found the thing that was broken with it, and then fixed it and broke it a different way. Yes. Here we go. Let there be iron. That should now output just short of a full belt of iron. Well, I say just a lot short. I've got half the crushers missing. I need to get the missing crushers. Chicken and egg problem. I need the output of the mine to build the crushers to build the mine. How many short am I? I'm 6, 12, 14 crushers short. I guess I've already somehow overflowed. I haven't even been running the shale oil that long, and we've overflowed into the overflow. Oh well, that's good because that just means the old stone mine is running properly. Yeah, carriage engine's not going to go any is being used. Here is the bus mole that Twitch chat was commenting on. And I am here for crushers. And there isn't enough iron being shoved into this bus, so probably isn't enough crushers. I needed 14, you gave me 1. 1. I suppose the thing it's short on is steam engines. Let me go follow the steam engine line a little bit. Like, do I need the steam engines here? The answer is no. Going those. Shove them in here. Five crushers, that was a start. I need a little bit more steam engine. Take it from here. Your steam engines. I just need small parts. Which tab is the small parts on? I say out loud, not expecting Twitch to answer me because I'm probably going to find it before they get a chance to respond. But there they are. 8. Need 14. $11. $12. This is definitely faster than trying to hand build these. Well, maybe not by much. There we go. 14. Okay. Tasted the sweet speed that is refined concrete, now I want it everywhere. I don't have enough to have it everywhere. Here comes the first iron from the new mine. You're going to make it even faster. Runs. The stone's backed up. The stone being backed up is going to actually become a problem real fast. I suppose what I should do next is use more stone. I unequivocally need to use more stone. Okay. What do I use stone in? Rail, not yet. Brick, landfill, stone furnace, gravel, saline water, sodium alginate, moss. Oh, lots of moss. Okay. And then the muddy sludge in there is also stone, I suppose. was thinking trees, and I suppose this is trees. Moss goes into trees. So yeah, probably the next project we're going to work on is trees. Probably needs to be trees. Or need to rewrap my stone things to prioritize this being used, but, well, if Editor Me has probably done YouTube jump cut for the highlights, we're back in highlight time for YouTube. So we're doing the build review of the new improved iron setup. So we've got the iron mine here. It's actually a little small for requirements. It should really be 5 bolts. It's like it's 1/2 of a mining drill short of correct. It's close enough. That 5 bolts comes in here, and we're crushing them in the jar crushers to make the refined, or the processed ore, because that's better to smelt, and making as a byproduct a belt of stone. We take that refined processed ore into these new fancy gas furnaces, which are, as you can see there, 4 times as fast as old stone furnaces. And because they're gas instead of burning solid fuel, I don't have to deal with ash. They're about the same energy efficiency as the old advanced foundries, the electric furnaces. So this isn't really saving me power, but this is saving me the effort of having to drive electrical power out here. And this is fairly easy to make. I'm basically taking kerogen and turning it into shale oil to power this. Which I suppose, if you're watching on YouTube, we're going to have a short jump cut, and that's going to what we're reviewing in next. And I suppose at this point it's just going to be Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, we're going to go run over to the shale oil production. I'm going to show that off, and then I think I'm going to take a tea break. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours, so I'm going to go replace the cup of tea, and think about how I'm going to start doing more stone consumption. Okay, I think we're back from the jump cut on YouTube for the highlights. So over here we're doing shale oil. So that's taking kerogen, so I'm sort of taking kerogen out from over here. Trying to unload the old stuff first. We're taking kerogen plus steam becomes shale oil. Shale oil eventually we're going to use for other applications besides powering those furnaces over there, and for that application it needs to be shale oil. So I've got a double tank here with 2 overflow valves. One is so that we can save and prioritize shale oil to shale oil only applications. The second one is for things where if I'm legitimately constantly running out, I can replace it with something else. So, for example, right now we're piping it off to be burnt in the furnaces, and then have an overflow into a sinkhole just so I don't have to run out. Twitch chat saying, I'm about to finally make my first cDNA, and then I'll be able to make my first OGs. Glorious alternative power OGs. I'm remembering from Let's Plays of other people. Hope your cDNA process goes well. But yeah, so this is the shale oil setup. And yeah, we're gonna take a. Well, if you're watching this in the highlights, that'll be a short jump cut here, probably to whatever the next project is. If you're watching this on YouTube, or if you're watching this on Twitch, I am going to take a short break here to go get a new cup of tea. I'll be right back. Okay, back with the tea. Let's hop back to it. I have no steam again. Okay, I think the first thing I'm going to have to do is sort out more steam power. Now that I'm back. Well, more steam. More power would be... Actually, I don't need more power. I need more steam. What's wrong if I've got no steam in the system? Where is my steam going if it's not going to power? So you're running at full speed, so you're generating what you can. There, the steam's getting used, which is fine. Yeah, so you're running. It's not here that's the issue. You're still in the same network, yeah. There's no surplus steam there. Not surplus power. Now, it's probably somewhat obvious here. I'm barely using any of the old... The old fuel is barely being used. I can probably make it more efficient. That's the end of the line. This. Oh, that already sorted that, so you get removed. That needs to be kept, although it probably doesn't need to be that big. It's probably enough fuel that I can use that line to fuel that as well. Yeah, let's do that. Whoops. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this back to where we've got the mines and redirect it into the boilers. That'll provide us another half a boiler setup worth of steam. Inventory's full. That'll provide a little bit more steam as well. One thing I could potentially do that I haven't done is I could start, although that would be fairly expensive to get set up. I've got the tech for it. Sorry for being a little bit cryptic here. I've got the tech for crushing the coal crushing. So I could crush coal. I think that's the secondary crusher. And that would improve the fuel efficiency of the coal. As well as convert it into refined coal, which I do need for some processes. And is a more efficient way of making it refined than making coal gas and tar out of it as a byproduct. Okay, so annoyingly this is a mixed line. This is coming through the middle of the furnace set. Yeah, annoyingly this is a mixed line. That's easy enough to work with. Yeah, that's easy enough to work with. In fact, technically that means this is not even a full half belt. This is a half belt. Filter ash. The other side, please. Well, this technically means that the ash coming off of this is ash meant to go into this setup. So I could slap that in. Why is this not running? What's wrong over here? Oh, you're backed up because I never did the outputs right. That would do it. That would do it. Into the iron. Coincidentally, that is actually backed up. Okay. Nowhere is this actually a full belt, but we'll split these and make them full belts for the moment. Oh, I might have circuit boards, so the lead will have to be unbalanced like that. Yep, that actually works with lead. Okay. Okay, and then I suppose the appropriate thing to do would be to drag this all back to the main base. I probably won't be able to get it that far with the current number of belts, but we can start the process. Okay, and well, at least in the meantime, that has fixed the setup, so we're moving through ash. Fuel's going back around, so that's good. Leftover fuel's going back around, so that's good. Gonna have to get more belt to make that a little bit more permanent effects. You're backed up because you're out of that. You're backed up because you're out of moss. So it's time to go fetch more moss. That should get us a little bit more science. Grab more circuit boards while we're here. Diagnose what's wrong with the system, which is that, which is running. And the speed it runs at. Go deposit this coal. Okay, producing more power than the base needs, for now. Presumably producing more steam than the base needs. Nope, the steam definitely, the base still needs more steam. I've solved the problem, made a different problem is what's kind of occurred, it looks like. I'm now in the old base, fairly pulling from 5 of like the make that 6 of like the dozen or so lanes we've got there. That's reliably pulling, and some of that's because I've got the fluid mining drills just backed up. Fluid mining drill land. Okay, let's get the science deployed. I'll have to evaluate tapping another area for more steam production. Is there like a convenient coal mine somewhere I can tap? A little bit extra capacity on that one, but I probably don't use that for steam. Because I probably want it to be a full 8-belt processor. There's one. There's well, those aren't the type of verticals I want. I want the sprawling ones. So yeah, that's probably the most tappable one. even arguably has some space over the top of it. Okay. Now, if we're going to do that, I need 11 ash processors, bunch of boilers and such. Although I got a bunch of boilers, so that's less of a concern. You're running right. You know, I can fix the... Well, that's sort of just dodging the problem for the moment. Permanently fixing the old one. Well, the new output for the old one. Either way, I need to pick up belts. Let's grab belts while we're here. 1,000 belts. I'm probably going to want like another 200 inserters. Let's see if we've got the ash sorters. Because if I don't, then I should probably just try to expand what we got. I do, or utilize what I've got better. It's probably worth getting a new one. Yeah, I do have it. Okay, so that's... There's the 11 I need. It's going to be so many inserters. There's so many splitters as well. Okay, so setup-wise, how do I feel about the setup over here? Honestly, pretty terrible. It's working because the ash is not going to back up the way it is. I actually like the newer one a little bit better. Although this bit still sucks. So let's at least copy and paste this bit. Never mind, we'll go check out the old one. Well, not the old one, this is the old one. The better one, let's go check the better one out. So I can also use that to determine how many of everything I need. So it's going to be 8 times 8, so it's going to be 64 miners, so I'm going to need a real large number of miners. So this is the ash sorting setup I would like to duplicate. Let's say. To, let's say about there. Yeah, basically one of those. Let's create that blueprint in the blueprint library and on my taskbar. And I can see how much it needs. So it needs more belt than I have. It's going to require 35 splitters. The 10 items that I've got Technically, it's calling for 6 stone furnaces. I might replace this. No, we'll use it because of the thing. The thing that's bad against or bad for stone furnaces is that they make ash because you're going to consume a fuel, solid fuel. But if we're at the ash sorting facility, well, you know, we have solid fuel and we have the ability to sort the solid byproduct, so it's not a concern. 245 of those, okay. 58 underground, 57 power poles. So I need more power poles before we go. Five splitters of. I'm still thinking it's the best thing to build right now. It's going to solve the. Well, I can either have it solve the power problem or solve the steam problem. Is probably the best way to do it. Okay, only 15 of those. You're short of those or short of that. Okay, so it's going at the speed it can. $35, 37 plus 18 is 7 plus 8 is 15. Carry the 1. 55. I need 64, so I need like 9 more miners. Which means I need 27 more circuit boards. So we'll have to come back for more circuit boards. So we've got most everything else in the queue. And then apparently we'll need more underground belt. Or more regular belt. A lot more regular belt. Okay, I know I'm going to need it, so let's go grab it. And by it, I mean more transport belt. And then we'll go running over to where the new mine will be. Need fuel. I'm not happy to carry any fuel. Oh, I've got coke on me, that'll work. Oops. Wanted to get the huge rock out of the road. Not start disassembling the road. Those are two very different activities. Okay, I came here for belt. Take the opportunity to install some more. Well, move the refined concrete or concrete and refined concrete around so we get a little bit longer stretches with faster running speed. Big deposit of coal over there. Oh, I think I have it in the blueprints. Yeah, I got you in the blueprint. That works. I should probably actually redo that blueprint. But I have it in the blueprints. It's better than nothing. Yeah, that should be far enough off. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll put the 8th one at the bottom so I don't have to get rid of too many trees. Okay, and then I'm gonna fix it. Add the better one to the blueprint library. Hopefully one day we'll reach a point where these will be obsolete. That day is in the future. And it's not now. I need one of these. Big guys. Okay, a couple power poles in a bad spot. That's easy enough to fix. Especially because the setup already has power poles in it, so I'm just having to reroute the existing power poles in the setup. There we go. So the power runs through the setup there. The other ones is a tree. A dastardly tree in my way. And then the most dangerous question of all, did I leave myself enough space? 2, 3... 1, 2, 3... I think I can make it work. It's gonna be tight. I suppose I don't need these ones coming down, right? They can go up. Around the power pole. Into that spot. One short. Easy solution is just to make that tank go in. Don't need that tank, really. Oh, I didn't bring enough tanks with me, I suppose. Or I suppose that just means I have to agree to the fact that I did not need the tank. How big are these anyway? They're 250k? I think we really don't need these many tanks. I've put the tanks in here for buffering, but I have 3. We'll run 3. In fact, I think I'll just run 2. We'll run the 2 at the... Let's run the 2 at the end. Plop one there. Plop on the other end. Okay, connects those tanks up. And then I'm going to need there to probably be... Well, I don't necessarily need there to be 2. But I'm going to have there be 2. Splitters. Belt balancers. So, being wiser this time, I'm going to make sure I have enough space between the boiler array and the balancer. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I really want about here, about 4 off. That's my space. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Go an extra 2 just in case I screwed up. I don't think I screwed that badly up, so it shouldn't be needed. And then this one should get built. Hold off the other balancer for a while. In theory, the boiler setup can actually run for 100 items, or 1,000 items before it needs the gas separator working. Okay, let's start planning extraction from the field. Start feeding that in. I probably don't need to chop these trees down. I probably don't need that much of the field. It's only need to get 64 miners down. Okay, so the rightmost portion of the field is there. Just gonna run a straight belt. We're looking like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's 8 each side, so we'll just flop around to the other side. 2, oops. 2, 3, 4. So that's in the field, so we do like there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Oops. I want them to deposit in the same belt. Two, 3, 4. I did it again. Giving them the space on all the sides, but I want to drop them in the same belt, so I need to put the front end, the belt end, only one space off. I put 2 spaces in the middle here. I did. That's fine. I'm not gonna move it again. That would be half. And yeah, so definitely not going to use up the whole mine here, because don't need that much. We knew we didn't have enough miners coming here, so running out of miners, or about running out of miners, is not surprising. Knew it was 9 short, and the optimal setup's like 8 each. And then one ghosts at this point, so that's fine. That should work without any undergrounds. There we go. Let's get this powered up. And then I'll have to go get more belts, because I do not have enough belts. Yep, that should have powered them all up. Oh, missed one. That's why we check. That's why we look. Here we go. Put the boilers in, and we'll start working on the plumbing. The emptier I have the inventory, the more space I have for grabbing stuff for the second trip. And I've already worked out I need like 200,000 more belts, so I can't even go pick up all the belts because there won't be that much there. There's only 1,000 belt back at the base being made. So it's probably gonna take 2 more trips out to get this running. Okay, so I am 12, 18, 20 boilers short of a fully operational system. Copy you. Rotate that way. So now they're all rotated the right way. Start feeding belt in. There's an inserter there missing. Okay, where am I going for the water? Is that... I think that's water up there. That is water up there. Convenient. And water. Let's go grab more belt. Or do I install more? Let's install more inserters first, just in case I'm short on inserters. I suspect I probably am. I did the math for how many to bring, based off of what this needs. So I definitely don't have enough. That's the answer. So this entire setup needs a bunch. Not sure why I have an odd number of undergrounds. Happens every once in a while when you're not making sure you pick every last one up. Get a half of underground somewhere. Okay, I got 155 sorters to put down. Okay, need more inserters, which was expected. Make the run back to base. I'll go grab more built, more underground, more pipe, both types. Arguably need more inserters, need more miners. So much to grab. So much to grab. Still definitely could use more steam. Got enough, well, yeah, got enough power, don't really have enough steam. So more steam, even if it's just going to making power someplace, unless bringing someplace else for making up steam for steam purposes, is going to help. I do need to get up back to 35, so I need another 12 splitters. And then the rest of this needs to go into miners. That's not even going to make 12 splitters. Something wrong with you? You're out of solder. You're out of solder because you don't have enough purple stuff. Okay, that'll buy us a little bit more time. I'll go grab more while that's working. make as much as I was expecting. Ah, the ash is back to going the ash out of there, get that running again. Oh, I have no inserter, so I can't. I was like, I can fix the. Wait. I could fix it if I had, you know, belt and inserter, which I don't currently have in my inventory. I'm not going to handcraft belt and inserter just to fix a problem. A more permanent solution should really be done at some point, and just fixing it so those two furnaces run a little bit better is not a more permanent solution. $27. That would be enough for the mines. That is still... Well, it's not enough for both the mines and the splitters. I will have to go back. Although I get this within 2 mines short, so it's pretty close. Oh, I forgot to check the science. Check the science while I'm over there. $15. 1 short of nickel processing. Probably should have checked why it was looked stopped, but sorry that out of it. Hopefully more than I need. I'll be back. I'm gonna let this, because I already know I need at least 100 or 1,500. We got 1,000. I need more. I'm gonna let this process a little bit, make the bits that I need. Why I use the facilities. I will be back. And back. And yeah, as Twitch says, belts, belts, belts. I need many belts. That's not gonna be enough, but that's a start. I'm gonna go get the simple circuit boards to finish making the miners, and we'll come back and double check. Actually, how much inventory? Oh, we'll go get the miners, and then I'll do what I can to install stuff. We'll be short some belts, but we know we're gonna be short belts. We know that's what we're gonna be short on. Oops, I wanted that road. Check up on the science. There's no new science. Something is wrong. You're the wrong. You're the wrong. You're the wrong. You're out of seaweed. That was not what I was expecting for it to be wrong, but I suppose that happens. I suppose we're pretty much out of moss, too. I should grab the moss as well. Okay, let's do moss first, because it's closer. One science short nickel processing. Feels so slow when you come off of a good piece of concrete onto, like, slower terrain. Runs, which then means you run, which means then you will run. Means I'll get a little bit of science and actually finish up that tech. Okay, so we're going for the power plant. There's maybe an argument to make a run down to iron reduction furnaces. On the other hand, if I want to do renewable power, get that automated, that would be sneaking down into fish. Which isn't far off. That's apparently separation in microbiology. coarse fraction limestone biomass. Interesting. We need biomass for you. Okay, so that's where we get the biomass. Fish eggs, oxygen, saline water, lamps. And of course, the entire time I was waiting there doing that logic, this wasn't actually running because I'm in single player, so it pauses whenever you look at the tech tree. Have to wait one more cycle to pick up the science. That's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to get to the point where I can doink the science. Putting a little more buffer in the system. Although not automated. Yep, that'll be enough to finish the nickel processing. Yep, should be able to work on lead. Run up, grab some more belt, and then I'll run out to the new power plant to start putting things together. I suspect I'm not going to get enough belt, although I did do enough fiddling about. Maybe. Probably not. No, not enough. I will run out of belts. Although we'll get a decent way through it before I run out of belts. Oh, I forgot to grab other boilers. I'm just gonna grab more boilers as well. We'll distribute what we have first, of course. Okay. I'm just sort of doing the minimum to get this running. I don't think this is going to fill up the steam buffer, because I don't have anywhere for it to go yet, but I think it maybe has filled up the steam buffer. We'll find out in a moment. Get through all the ash, then the steam buffer is full, and I can actually go make it work. I have, in the meantime, since plopping this blueprint down, decided I'm going to change something about the blueprint, which is this bit. This whole sorting facility, this is probably better centralized. It made sense when I'm just trying to hot and fast and quick and do it sort of thing. But at this point, this is now sort of surplus to intended requirements. Because I'm going to want to consolidate it, and it's easier to ship one belt of mixed stuff, because it's really only going to be one belt, right, worth of stuff at most. It's easier to ship that one belt than sort it, smelt it, and ship them all separate. Maybe if I was going to merge them all back together, that would be fine, but if I'm going to leave them sorted, then if after I sort them, if I want to leave them sorted, I should really do that in a more centralized location. That's what I'm thinking. That actually means that most of this can go poof. So that's the ash. So technically that middle bit is not going. That's the outbound that's going off and away. At the moment, I'm just going to do a buffering trick. Guess I'm doing it with wooden chests instead of steel chests, but that's going to be fine. Suppose I could actually do the math here and make sure it's the right number. So, 15 divided by 0.77. Phone calculator saying it should be 20, not 8. I can do 20. There we go. Should work. Not super important on that one. Basically what I'm telling is like, hey, put the steel out on the left. There's no steel in here, so it's all going to go on the right. Yeah, so that's going to need... That's obviously got more parts to go in. Are all the belts in here? All the belts are in that one. Or, no, all the incinerators are in that one. Let's do the plumbing quickly. Okay, so we should just be short on fuel. Start running the fuel through the system. Okay. We're going to want to overwrite the inserter directions to get them facing the right way. We'll do the piping as well. Suppose we'll get too carried away with boiler production expansion. I should install more of the ash processing. The ash has somewhere to go. So already the next one. Let's do more of the ash component. Okay, that'll help keep the ash under control, all happily flowing. Although, necessarily for how long is maybe up for debate, because we've filled the steam up. So, see how much of this I can build before I need to go for more parts. I am probably going to have to go for more parts. belt point. I'm going to run out of belt pretty quickly. So at least. That's all the belts I've got. Belts are what's missing from that bit right now. Oops, sorry, Twitch, for not responding to your comments. I also rush geothermal power, so I don't have to have massive arrays of boilers for steam. I don't think you're the first person to have said that, but yeah, I understand why people might be incentivized to go that way. We're not far off from geothermal, but I think even when I hit geothermal, I'm going to still want more power. Is what's going to happen. I'm very much in a phase of I get more power, I use the power, I need more power, I get more power. Round and round we go. I think that'll even continue after I get geothermal. Probably even continue after I get proper power plants, which is the next thing after geothermal. In fact, where are we in the tech tree? So right now I've been running. I'm running to a different type of. I suppose I can bump this off. Where's geothermal? Not intermetallics. No, I'm not far off from geothermal. Hot air. It's behind hot air. Yeah. So I suppose I could kick you off, go you into you. That would be geothermal. So that's about how far I am away from geothermal. Geothermal water makes steam. Use the steam to do what we're doing. It's also better steam. It's full 500 degrees C. Twitch chat saying I still got to get batteries first before I can make the fancy power plants. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing on. Actually, that's deeper in than I was thinking. Power plants before that, if I remember correctly. We went that far off of power plant. That's tidal power plant. That's not what I'm thinking of. Coal power. So this is how far the power plant is down. Coal power. But yeah, I can imagine the batteries somewhere in there. Batteries, yeah, that's what Twitch chat was talking about. Suppose you don't actually need to be building batteries to run the fancy, because that's better circuit boards. Yeah, that's better circuit boards, I think. Unless one of these include batteries in it. Control panel. Control panel for... full power. Doesn't look like it, but I might be missing something. We need mechanical parts, and mechanical parts need batteries. Break. Oh, because they need control panels. Okay, yeah. So you need some batteries. I see. Yeah, that's a decent distance off into the future. We're gonna get. I'm actually aiming for oil burners right now, so when I start doing petrochemical, I can do something productive with the oil I'm not using by burning it into steam, and then I'm gonna do geothermal after that. Is the current plan. In the middle of putting incinerators down. Let's continue putting incinerators down. Twitch chat agrees with me. Oil burners are hella nice. Yeah, power plant, mechanical part, control panel, battery is the trace back. Yeah. Oh, I'm out of inserters. That's probably where we're going to stop building until I run back to the base to grab more. And think about it, I had 500. I went through 500 inserters. Went through thousands of belts. And it's not done yet. Putting in the redundant power poles while I'm here. I have a better idea of how many power poles I have surplus. Power poles right now are being handcrafted, so I can just grab the copper and start doing the replacements as we run along. In fact, I've got it in the inventory. Make 175 more power poles. At the moment, the power grid looks happy. I haven't even hooked that up to the power grid yet. The steam grid probably could use a little more steam. That was where we were struggling last time I checked. Something about the shale oil plants drinking all the steam. Although at this point I'm chucking shale oil in the hole in the ground to keep the stone running. See how science is going. So it's stuck again, but it gave us 24 more science before it's stuck. It's stuck because we're out of refined coal. Oh, it's also out of stone. I can grab the stone closer. Get that fixed, and I'll go take the run for the refined coal. At some point I'll have to build something that isn't partially hand-fed. So I don't have to keep doing these sort of excursions to keep it running. Oh, something good, not running with you. You're out of glass. Okay, I'll grab glass when I go grab refined coal. Richard saying, rip all that shale oil just being voided. Yeah. Yeah. That's one reason we want to get oil burners, is so that I can burn it instead of have it voided. So we got glass and we got refined coal. I forgot to put the science in the labs. The lab isn't labbing, but do that on the way back. And refined coal goes in this hole. Glass goes in that chest. That's going the wrong way. That's the one I'm looking for. Get the 3 labs going again. Move a little closer to lead processing. Try to grab some concrete while I'm here. 160 or 1,600. That's actually a nice haul. Oops. Q or W D, not Q or whatever I hit E. think I hit E. Over here, and we're here for a lot of inserters. Scramble inserters. Belt. Inserters. Probably need more of the pipe to ground for the distance. Get the steam back. That's that chest. There we go. The speed is almost addictive. Got places to go in such a big base, just being able to go fast is nice. Forgot to grab the boilers again. Of course I forgot to grab the boilers again. System's not generating ash right now because I haven't plumbed water into it this portion. It's that in a moment. No, looks like we got the inserters all on that portion. That's good to see. That screams to life. Okay, this one's going to be a little bit complicated to build because I am missing specifically the boilers, which makes little aspects of the assembly here a little more finicky. Can't just do the click and drag on the verticals because the placement works because the boilers are there. The boilers aren't there, it doesn't work. Simple as that. So I'll have to do click and click, which is a little bit slower. And now for all the clicking, that is putting in the inserters. Okay, leave that last belt out until I got all the boilers in there. Onto this one. That explains. Oh, I've really done and screwed the pooch there. Okay. I think some of the middle ones, those are in the wrong spot. Here we go. That's the main line down the middle in. Crap, screwed that one up. Easy to fix. Is fixed. Oops, actually, let's not put the first belt in until I've, made sure the whole thing's assembled and working properly. Theory. Same as there. Because it's nice to clean it up if it's not full of coal. I'd do something massively wrong. Need more belt. Can already tell that. I'm down to 28. I'm not quite done. Although I gotta go back to base anyways. That's not too much of a concern. Hopefully, well, this time I'm going specifically back for the boilers. Hopefully I remember to bring the belts instead of the other way around, where it's like I'm going back for the belts and hopefully remember the boilers, because that didn't work. That did not work at all. Do you want to start bringing the steam back? Yeah, let's start sorting the steam. Transport back. Through there wouldn't be too terrible.
was going to do an overflow valve, but I don't have a steel plate. I am one steel plate short. We'll just leave the gap there for the moment. Make the cut through the forest a little wider. With steam line. Makes the system too big. I put a hole there. That'll work. Okay. Let me go grab what I need for a couple pumps. Oh, and aluminum. Okay. That's gonna take a little bit longer to grab because the aluminum's farther away. And there's no aluminum there because I converted all into aluminum. So I have to go over to the aluminum mine, go a little bit farther. Disassemble a few more aluminum mine components. I just grabbed a whole lot less iron than I was expecting. I'm like expecting to have enough iron to like make like 5 pumps. No, it takes a lot more iron than that. Here's 5 pumps. Oh, I need a pump in the middle here. Yeah, there it is. So that's the problem building so many pumps at once. Wait for them to build. Oh, while I'm waiting for them to build, I can go grab the other stuff I need to finish this stuff up. And I gotta remember, boilers. Don't forget the boilers this time. Oh, I forgot to drop the aluminum off. That's what falling aluminum. Yeah, let's go drop the aluminum off before I forget about it. Don't need this much in the inventory. This much is a little bit more than I need. Check it on science while I'm over here. Yeah, at this point, we'll drop this off, and I should just be able to go back out, finish that build. Gotta get plans going again. Where's the rest? Short on that, which is short on that, which is short on that, which is short on that. Short on that and not that, okay. Which is moss in the first rack pad. Okay. Oh, forgot to drop the signs off. Let's do that before I leave. Get us that much closer to lead processing. Okay, grab the boilers. In. That one should be ready to go. Yep, that's going. Provide even more steam. Obviously, if I want that to properly provide the steam, I need to steam in the network. Okay. So if half the buffer is full, ship the steam. Looks like the steam system might be full. I'm not sure if I trust that, but you know, I'll believe for the moment that I can trust, but you know, I will still verify. I might now actually be producing enough steam that the system can fill up. It's the wrong way around. Put it the wrong way around. Blueprint was the right way around. I just put it the wrong way around. Oh, and I then flipped the wrong bit. You were going the right way. There we go. Yep, looks like we got the steam. Yep, at least this portion of the steam network is full. This is my mixed unsorted belt of ash byproducts. At some point I'll want to filter and do a proper refinery for it. Is steam backed up here? Yeah, it's backed up to here. I'm not sure how my balancing system, so I might have to change how it's done someplace else to make it nice and balanced, but for the moment, it all looks like a good sign. Okay, that's as far as that's going for the moment. That'll be fine. that portion of the network does not have steam, but maybe it doesn't need it. Let's just say for the moment. Got adequate power generation. Got adequate steam. The bits of the system requesting steam. Yep, I think we're fine with steam for the moment. So if that's the case, this will eventually start to catch up on the ash. Yeah, looks like the main thing I'm probably struggling with right now is just small parts production. And I suppose then ask the question, what part of small parts production is struggling? Gears look fine. I suppose that's only supposed to be taking in half. So that's not too bad, because it's a 1 to 2, yeah. So take us in half a belt, that's fine. And then you're turning it 2 to 2 into something. Thing goes into you. Now, part of it is just the struggle of loading, unloading. Okay. Yeah, this would be a situation where I could go a little bit faster. The bolts are a limiting factor. And unloading looks to be a limiting factor, honestly. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly unloading. That's probably... Well, unloading would be the issue if bolts weren't the issue. Bolts wouldn't be the issue if sticks weren't the issue, and sticks would be better if I had more iron. So I could get more of the system working. Could also get a little bit better utilization if the inserts work there. Okay. And I do, in theory, have a belt of iron coming in here. It is not coming in here because you may notice the stone is stagnant. That, I need to fix that. I have demand in theory on the belt. We're just not using it. The demand right now on the belt, I believe, is stone getting converted into stone furnace, which gets converted into boilers and such, but most of those are built enough that they've turned off. What I might need to do is I might need to do a redirect to direct that through the brickmaker. A redirect on the iron. Stone in particular to go through the brickmaker. Well, the brickmaker isn't moving because I'm apparently not using enough bricks. I need to use more bricks, I need to use more stone. Oh, and we know stone goes into moss, so it's probably moss season for it. Okay. Well, that will be... Look at the time, already 2 a.m. in the morning. Let me go do a build review before I end this part. We'll do the build review on the new power plant we just did, which isn't any different than the old one, so it's going to be a pretty short one. And then I think I'll do a throughput calculation before we end on simple electronic circuits, because I think that's the next big build project. Well, one of the two big build projects. Simple circuits and automation science packs. So I can get the planter boxes into construction. That'll back up pretty quickly once I automate that. I suppose this is a good place for Editor Me to do the edit jump cut in for highlights. If you're watching this on YouTube highlights, but we've been doing a lot of work since the last one. It was a big jump. I was noticing as this was running that we were struggling, not necessarily with power, but mostly with steam. So I've gone ahead and built a new coal deposit mine, or coal mine area. Obviously not using all of it because I just don't have enough consumption on belt standpoint to use it. Threw a balancer into 8 boiler stacks that then goes through another balancer into ash processing. This way I can produce more steam, and of course now that I've done that I have more steam than I need, which is a good thing. But that's basically what we've been doing for the last 2 to 3 hours, is making more steam. But now the shale oil is coming in reliably, and I think the only thing... Well, I've got lots of things to do, but you can see this is all backed up. I need to sort out the stone. Basically need to sort out the stone consumption so that this runs better, because as you see, it's not running. Which kind of means I'm actually wasting the shale oil right now, because I've got a drain on it so the stone production works properly. But yeah, so that's the build highlight for this part. If you're watching on YouTube, there probably won't be another highlight in this highlight video from this day. The next highlight will probably be from the next day, because I'm mostly going to do some calculations on the next 2 things I'm thinking of building. And I don't show the calculations in the highlight video. So I hope you've been enjoying today's highlights. You'll presumably have a video that continues on into tomorrow's highlights if you're watching on YouTube. And with that, if you're watching on Twitch, I am not quite done for today, but we are probably actually done doing most of the building. We're going to do some calculations here. So, opening the factory planner. I think it is time to think about automation science pack. And simple circuit boards. Mainly making more. So right now, right now, this is kind of what we're running. 1 burner assembler machine to do this. I think I want more. We wouldn't be using more. In fact, we're not even using this. So this may be an argument that I don't, this would be overbuilding, preemptively building, for getting other stuff working. I suppose, actually, the reason I'm thinking of doing this is I want something wanted planter boxes. What was the other thing that wanted, planter boxes? Trees, the botanical nursery wanted planter boxes. And trees and stuff. So I probably want to make at least do some planter boxes. Do it up to planter boxes, if not up to automation science packs. What I want to calculate here. But yeah, so I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and take this up slightly larger size, let's say. Right now we're doing 0.2. Let's... I'm going to resist the urge to make this way too big. And I'm going to say I want 1. 1. So 5, 4, 2, 3.2. This is where we're going to change the recipe. So right now we're making logs via the most boring and simple recipe. Tree seedlings in a fast food forestry makes 3 logs. Actually, I think technically we're doing the one with water. I did a little bit fancier, we added water. I think it's time to process some more ash. Swap the ash one. So right now we're eating, or we'd be expecting to eat 0.6 tree seedlings a second, which is causing us to require, what would require us to have 1 moss per second. Swap that recipe, this one, it actually reduces the moss needed to 0.6. Is the toss off between those two. It's still only like 4 ash a second, so that's pretty small. I can work with that. Yeah, so I think that's what we're gonna do. So that's one thing we're gonna do when we come in tomorrow on the next stream day. And then I can divert the planter boxes to build the botanical nurseries and stuff. This setup does need 3 botanical nurseries to set up, but we can handcraft a couple of those. That won't be too bad. Then the other thing we want to do is simple circuit boards. This is maybe another one of those where I'm like, I need to resist going too big to start. Especially because we're going to get better recipes. For example, there's a better simple circuit board battery alternative to the copper zinc batteries here. So I don't necessarily want to go too big. At the same time, I need to build something that is actually worth having not hand-fed. So bigger than this is a good place to start. Bigger than this. So I'm thinking at least going a full chip shooter. So let's say that would be 0.6 instead of 0.2. 0.8? 0.8. That means we need 3 electronics factories on that, 3 on that, 1 on that, 1 on that. And this is going to be before we even get on the bus. Right, yeah, technically ceramics and air core conductors are on the bus, but we're going to probably do these separate from the bus. Need this setup. Need some clay pits, need some steam. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the steam recipe, because we've got them, basically got that on tap in the base. That's doable. That's pretty doable. That's doable. That's reasonably doable. And then we'll do this also. Swap this one also to change the recipe here. And a recipe below, swap to the new one. There we go. It's a bigger setup, needs much more wood. 15, 16 botanical nurseries, 340 fastwood forestries. But yeah, other than the washers and the fastwood forestries, nothing here super intimidating. It's mainly the fastwood forestries that are going to be intimidating when we set this up. But yeah, I think this is the other thing we're probably going to set up tomorrow is a whole lot more simple circuit boards. 0.8 a second. Catching some of Twitch comments. Is 1 automation second per science? You madman. Yeah, that's probably a bit mad. That's not very big, but it's a step. It's a step that is not going to happen because we don't have the science to support that. But yeah. One automation science per second. Mainly for the supporting stuff because I need the planter boxes. I don't actually need the automation science pack so much, but the rest is pretty doable. And then Twitch chat saying, don't forget your tree modules. Tree module. Ah, yes, because I added you in, so I need to tell you to have tree modules. Gotta click the right one here. This one. Add module. Tree. Basic tree, because I don't have any fancy trees. 5.3, okay, that's a lot more manageable, and that's going to be the same sort of thing down here. 31, much more manageable. And then, also you have the turd sawmill selected instead of the regular version. Do I have the turd sawmill selected instead of the regular version? I do, apparently. Okay. Yeah, so one machine there. Oh, that one's still on the wrong one. Thank you for pointing that out, Twitch. I would not have noticed. I would have just overbuilt sawmills. But yeah, that works. Yeah, with the modules in, they look a lot better. Suppose, do I have the moss generation in here? This one I don't. This one I do. I have an alternate recipe for the moss, don't I? Yeah, we should be doing the alternate recipe for the moss at this point as well. Add a recipe below that recipe. And of course that's going to need modules as well, before I forget, because Twitch chat's reminded me. Anyway, if we compare what the difference is there, that's the difference between 8.3 and 3.3. And it eats a little bit of stone, and I need some consumption of stone. Same sort of thing is going to be down here, although I didn't actually put the moss in this one. Twitch chat saying, don't want you to create massive arrays of hundreds of forests and sawmills for nothing. Yeah, thanks, Twitch. Thanks, Twitch chat, for reminding me. Anyway, that's definitely still 20 moss for farms because of how slow the farms are. But yeah. So I got a rough plan for next time. I suppose at some point I have to actually pick my turds. Got the turds. I think I've got the turds researched. I haven't picked them. Sidebook. There we go. Where's the turds that I have that haven't picked? There they are. So I got to at some point pick my fastwood forestry and my moon drops. feed them in, I think it's feed them in copper ore. Depending upon where, that actually makes them easier, so I might be tempted to copper ore. Some people have suggested CO2. This one's just adding a lamp. And then fastwood forestry, we've got a couple different options up here. Sticks, wood chips, and leaves to fuel the internal burner. The burner will generate part of the electricity consumed by the building, increasing speed and output. The hungry trees will require more ash to grow, though. It doubles the ash consumption. It makes it faster and consume less energy because it's got this internal burner, replacing one of the module slots. So I think how that works. Or we can just do selective cutting heads, which just makes twice the amount of wood for the logs. That's probably the simplest to implement. And this is one of the reasons I've held off picking, is because I'm not sure how much I care about biomass and fiber. Because that might make sense to do if you want biomass and fiber. 10 to 2, instead it becomes 10 to 8. But then you have to deal with the biomass and fiber, so you've got a plan for the biomass and fiber. That makes a lot of sense. If you don't, then it's a big pain. Which is why I haven't picked these. These are choices I've got to think about picking. But I have decision paralysis apparently with these. Sort of the basic recipes, and I'm not fancy enough to think of the bigger ones. But yeah, looking at the time, I think this is a good place to put a part break in. We've done the math for the next 2 builds that we're going to do next time. Next build is build this out, which is effectively 5 times bigger than what we currently have. And I might, once I've got this built out, might actually finally bring the old one offline, the OG one. Because at that point it's redundant. And this will be closer to the new base, so that I can steal the planter boxes for the bus. Or, well, if it's not being used, have it redirected on the bus, so I can do building with it. And then the simple circuit board here. This is obviously fairly complicated. This also wants to be pretty much closer to the base, the main base, the new main bus. Although this is big enough, it could probably be straddling between the old base and the new base, and still not have enough space. Especially with 31 fast forestry components in it. But yeah, so I got my building plans for next time. I suppose before I forget, let's go ahead and we'll be wanting to make more concrete, reinforced concrete, so I'm not going to remove that. But we are going to go add to the top. So next time we're going to be making new automation slants and simple circuit boards. The first time Twitch share said, I took 1 or 2 and just avoided turrets for a few hundred hours. Just too much to think of. Yeah. Especially when they're presenting you with good options. It's a lot to think about. Have I taken any of my turrets? I know there's more. I have selected none of my turrets. I've got 3 of them researched. I haven't picked any of them. there's good choices. Like, hey, if you want the CO2, that's great. If you want the methane, that make or want more methane, that's good. Because you're adding the light bulb in at that point. If you just want to add copper to make the recipe more productive, faster, and in the later ones simpler, that makes so much sense. But then the question is, which of the three, or if you're going to pick and then change your choice later, are you willing to pay the extra cost to do the swap? A lot to think about. Right now, I'm thinking tossing up between these two. I don't know what I'm going to do with biomass and fiber yet. I suppose I could burn the biomass and fiber, but then that just complicates other stuff. Twitch chat saying I'm already raising Augs, and I still haven't chosen any turrets yet. There's a whole group of people that just get stuck with choice paralysis. You give them a choice, and it's like, I can't make the choice. I understand that feeling. Was it you that required biomass? Yeah, the fishes require biomass. So maybe if I get into fish, I might go for the biomass option. So I've got an alternative, or got a place to spend the biomass. It isn't just burning it, although it probably will end up burning it as well. That's the route I go down. Fiber is also pretty dense energy fuel. Yeah, fiber is also 8 megajoule fuel and doesn't normally unlock until logistics science back. So that's part of probably what's making it complicated to decide whether or not I want to go with the fiber one, is because I have no idea what fiber is used in. Because it's usually not available this early. So composting, composted into probably biomass. So that give me more biomass. I just compost into biomass via the composting plant. That's not too far off. Not fiber word, that's not where that comes in. Kill caulks. I think it says raw fiber. I'm trying to map the regular fiber where that comes in. There we go. You filter the raw fiber to fiber and biomass in the ball mill, and then you do stuff with it, presumably. Microfiber. The microfiber goes in the filtration, and then use the filtration media for various filtrations. Okay. Wastewater into methanol. Okay. Twitch chat saying, I'm trying to catch up with Twitch chat comments, so I'm looking away from the screen. Biomass is also used for the biomass power plant. The extra wood was my choice, and I'm loving it. Big old field of forestry powering my trains. Fiber is one of those things you need more of later, but you also have kill caulks for it later. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was one of those scenarios where it's like, yeah, the fiber is definitely going to get used. The question is how soon, and do you want to do it the default way, or do you want to do it via the turd? Because right, if you're going for the biomass and the fiber here, like that's probably a pretty good source of biomass and fiber. Honestly, it's also just a really good source of extra raw fiber. That's one of the bottlenecks and one of the chains converting wood into fiber. Whereas just double wood from the logs is not bad. One of the chat saying they chose the, I think they chose the extra wood is what they were implying, not the dry storage. Although maybe they were implying the dry storage and I was getting fuzzed. But yeah, this is something I gotta think about. Because this is also going to rejiggle the balance, right? Because if we do this chance now, I'm going to filter out the biomass and the fiber and use it elsewhere. This one's actually, this is probably the simplest choice, right? It's if you want to keep it simple, you do this one because it's just like, yeah, twice the wood. And then the Twitch chat says that the extra wood is my choice and he's loving it as he's only just started using fiber. So yeah. And by fiber, I assume he means fiber, not the raw fiber. He's used the raw fiber pretty early, but the fiber is 2 techs past where I am, I think? Or is it only 1 tech to past where I am? Well, basically 1.5 tech tiers past where I am. So, yeah, I can totally see, like, yeah, the fiber. The thing that's making that choice hard is, do you want the fiber that you're not going to use as a resource besides burning it for, like, a tech tier and a half? Not 2. But yeah, I think this is where we're going to bring the stream to a close. Let me go over the schedule for the next couple days so that Twitch has an idea of what we're streaming and when we'll be back to play this. So the plan right now is that I will be streaming this game, Factorio, this run of Factorio again in 4 days. But between then and now, tomorrow is going to be Solar Nations 2. We're going to see if we can keep that red Mars together and unified and not have a rebellion, or at least control the rebellion and not like lose to the rebellion. So that'll be Friday. Saturday is going to be Beyond Mars, or it's going to be Solar Expanse. So we're going Solar Nations 2 into Solar Expanse on Saturday. Solar Expanse, we're continuing from where we left off. We've arrived at Mars and we're doing stuff on Mars. We're now going to see if we can move beyond Mars and sort of go off to the Jovians and the asteroid belt a little bit more. Because if we can, that'll get us going faster in science. The Jovians are also got pretty good access to hydrogen, which is what we're running all the fission ships propellant off of. And Sunday, so we're looking, Friday will be Solar Nations, Saturday will be Solar Expanse, Sunday will be Songs of Six. We're going to see where we get during that stream in Songs of Six. That may be, if we're not really growing anymore, that might be the last stream I do of that city. At the end of last stream, I was feeling a bit stagnant in size. Whether we are or not is maybe up for debate. We'll see if a more Wake Me on Sunday is going to be doing Songs 6 better. And then next Monday, so 4 days from now, we'll be back to Factorio Pi. So that's the upcoming 4-day stream schedule. Solar Nations 2, Solar Expanse, Songs of 6, and then Factorio coming up on next Monday. So I hope everyone has been enjoying, whether you're watching live or later on YouTube. Although I suppose if you're watching this live on YouTube, you're watching the unedited version because this is not going to end up in the highlighted stream. And in the non-highlighted stream, this is, or the 5x stream, this is going to be at 5x. So this is maybe not going to be the most understandable portion of the stream as a side effect. But yeah, I hope everyone has been enjoying. I'm going to wish you all the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and or stream. And if you're watching on YouTube, bye for now.